Hello and welcome to more of this game, if my capture card decides to exist. I can see the game, why can't my videos streaming software? Hello? Ah! There it is! We have found it! Oh, wow. This is almost blown out. Damn. No, let's use this color space. Might look better for streaming anyway. Well, there we are. It is time for this game.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again.
Hold on. Actually, might have to do something. Shouldn't look normal on your end, but at my end it doesn't look normal. Oh. Whoa. Sorry about that. Oh, died again in OBS. Oh no. Okay, we're doing some color calibration. One sec. This brightness. This brightness. Huh. I think I need to replug my box. Box replugged. Doesn't seem like it particularly enjoyed that, though. Hold on. Ah, there it is. We found it. That looks better. Let's go to this config screen again. Barely visible. Right. This one. That's weird. That's super weird. I would like you to use the displays device ID. There we go. Much better. Haha! Now, what color space to give you? Now, that's still blown out as fuck. That works. This is actually what I'm getting now.
The little ones have been up to their old tricks again. Drawing on the deck in this time.
Okay. There we go. Okay. After some technical difficulties, here we are with more of this game. I'm excited. It's time for this. I am not ready, truth be told. I am woefully unprepared for this. But here we are. Angie.
Fuck! What are they still on? a rat done to me?
Yeesh!
Out of my sight, wench!
Hello.
I'll kill you, Rossfield! I'll rip out your heart! I'll tear you limb from limb!
Peace, Hugo. The table shan't hurt you any longer.
He sought to humiliate me. Me! If you hadn't interfered, he would be dead!
You truly believe you would have triumphed had the battle continued?
Titan would have ground him into
wow.
dust!
And how would he have done that without his head?
Shut up!
You weren't strong enough, and you call yourself a dominant. Or rather, you did.
You mock me, Harbert.
Okay, so who is that? I think it might be the dominant of Odin. No, not quite, but he's from Walud.
Do you see, Hugo? You are weak.
Fuck!
But so long as that fire burns within you, there is still hope. There may yet be a way for you to take your revenge.
Tell me, what must I do? Please, I'll do anything. Just tell me.
The heart.
What of it?
A mother crystal's heart is the most concentrated source of ether in all creation. Perhaps you could take advantage of that. Of course, the crystal would not yield her blessing to any ordinary man.
Oh no.
But then, you are no ordinary man, are you, Hugo? Clive Rossfield stole your power, but others have suffered a similar fate, and still managed to find the strength to conjure their icon. Like Benedicta Harmon.
Wait. Oh, no. Okay. I thought, like, it might have been her brother, but apparently not.
She too drank of the ether and gained a power beyond human understanding.
She did. Benedicta. Benedict. I'll do it. My love. I'll avenge you.
Run along now, Hugo. You need only follow the light. Muthos is here. Very well, it shall be so. You may leave everything to me, Your Majesty.
Oh boy. So Walud is in allegiance with the bad guys? I guess? Yo! Okay. What the fuck?
Orcs.
Huh.
Did the royalists bring them from Ash? Are the beastmen part of the Waluda army now? How the hell did that happen? They've spotted us.
Hello. Time to burn you to crisps.
Taken over the entire mine.
There's quite too many of them, isn't there? Ah, whoops. Not actually what I wanted, but I'll take it. Right, that. I should try out the Titan moveset actually. Hold on. Let me re-equip another icon. Instead of you, Titan. Oh, I'm in combat. That is fair. That's fine that I didn't let me do
So
that.
much for the men of the Rogue.
Okay. We are going to go and equip Titan on this slot. I only have 2 of Titan's abilities at the moment. Could unlock more. But I actually kind of want to upgrade Flames of the Phoenix.
Dhalmekia's finest.
So here's Block, which is much nicer than Float. That way? No. Am I blind? Oh. I am blind. Bonk. Okay, there's a chest over there. I need to remember this. Oh! Oh, they have wind-ups. That is interesting. Okay, away we go. More enemies? Hello? Ah.
Animals. You should never have left Ash.
Bam. Okay, I'm a fan. I like these. Hi. Right. Pop, 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 pop. And fire. You know, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Where though? That way. Okay. Door. Well, favor of lightning. Some nice items. Is that the way? It is the way. Then let's explore. Lovely. Hello.
Stairs. This must be the way
Yes.
out. Time to fight.
Oh, whoops. Hi. You're big.
I won't be sneaking past this one. How did it get in here?
Whoa.
Awaken winds!
Get him. Break him. Nice. Alright, LB. I don't play this for like a day and I completely forget how it works. I wanted to block, but I didn't.
Too slow.
Die! Ta-da! Okay, I'm gonna do color calibration on my monitor one more time. I think I fucked it up. Just bear with me, 1 sec. This? Yes. Full RGB range, please. Yes. Okay. So that's fine. That's the contrast calibration. I want this to be a bit brighter, please. It tells me barely visible, but honestly there's lots of layers of barely visible. I'll put it like this. Maybe even more. Rain in the lows. Oh. Always on. Let's see if that looks better. I think it might. Yep. That's a bit better. But it looks like they actually went through the effort of color grading this game twice. Once for SDR and once for HDR.
By the flames. Come on, Togo.
It looks good in HDR, by the way, but they make lots of use of the dimmer colors and the paler colors that you get on HDR.
Kuka never did do things by halves. As if taking the mother crystal for his own wasn't enough. He had to build his castle in it.
I think it might be Titan time soon.
Let the trial begin.
Hello. You're not Titan.
What the hell?
Spirits Within? The movie? Can I block this? No. Okay. That was a missed timing. This. Okay. Let's get this guy. Go, Clive! Go! Oh. I see. It's one of those. Good. Stop it! Nice. And LB to get some health back. Nice, good stuff. Let's just burn him to the ground. Nice. Hee. Good shit. I like it. Favor of lightning thunderstorm. Unfortunately, I'm not using Ramu anymore. I just like Titan's moveset a bit better.
Seems we're expected.
We sure are.
So this is the power of Muthos.
Yes.
Did the orcs do this too?
No, I think that might have been Kupka. Oh man, Hugo. Oh, the music is so good though. Ooh. Soken, please. Hi, can I please see something? No? Okay. I would appreciate being able to make use of my eyes. Thank you. I'll just leave them to their fate.
What the hell is going on? Are these things here for me? Or for him?
Good question. Hi, money. Bravery. Huh. Nothing. Maybe part of the desert? I don't know. Who knows? I don't know. No idea. That's what the VOD is for, I guess. Oh, by the way, I finally figured out why the color space was so messed up on the last few streams. Apparently, the capture card was doing color grading on its own. Which kind of fully destroyed the color data after OBS also did color grading on it. I turned that off, and now here we are. Also, the game now looks interesting for me because I am HDR enabled. It is very pretty. Oh, that's a Lichia. Bruh. Die. Man, I hate Lichia. Especially when I'm learning a new input thingy. New moveset. So this is Titan's moveset. I only have 2 abilities right now, but basically they have this wind up. And if you do it well, if you stop holding the button down in the red area, it deals tons of damage. I guess. But also meaning that to fully use Titan, you need to be in a position where you can stand still for a second.
You've been busy, Kupka. But where did you go?
There it is. That thing is bright, I can fucking tell you. Holy shit. That's a bright crystal.
He's in the sanctuary. I can feel it. Come on, Toggle.
That crystal just made me very happy this monitor only goes to 400 nits. There's HDR monitors that go to 2000 nits peak brightness. Nits being a measurement for lumen per square centimeter, I think. Let me tell you, 2000 is a lot. That is bright.
Just what I needed.
Yup, goodbye. No, you don't.
That better be the last of them.
Got him.
Benedicta,
Holy
my
shit.
everything. I've missed you so much. Kuka!
Huh?
I swear to you, my love. We will never be parted again.
What's wrong with him?
Yeah, yes. Either that or he's being fucking mind controlled. Well, hello.
You got away from her.
Wow.
Benedicta! I'll kill you, Roswell!
Yeah, he is going levels of insane. Anyway, it's time to time.
Not now.
His headaches are definitely worse than the warrior of light's headaches. What a nice sound. If you can't hear this sound, you're old.
Find him. You've done this before. You can do it again. Let the flames burn within you. No. Let them burn without.
Come to me, Ifrit!
Oh, it's happening. Look at the beam. Well, he primed successfully. Let's go. Hi. No hands, huh? Yep. music is so good. Get him! Nice. Get countered, bitch. Whoa, that's bright. Damn. I can't get there. Okay. Boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Nice trick. But if you can do it, then so could I!
You've learned brimstone. Oh my god! Woo! That's big. Brimstone. Clive has learned the ability Brimstone from Titan. Hold and release R2 plus that. Okay.
Let's give this a try. Not bad.
Nice. Get counted, bitch. Boom! Woo! Get fucked. Nope. Not yet, apparently. Ow. Yes, I am here. Hi, Lynn. How you doing? What is that? Why is there blue? I am prepared. Crunchy. That looks bad. Is he going Akashic while primed? Is that even possible? Excuse me. What was that sound effect? Soken? Soken, what are you doing? Yeah. Holy shit!
Thunder, help me. It's true.
What the fuck?
I'm coming, Kuka!
Holy shit, Soken. Ow. It's the Titan theme, alright. That is 100% Koji on the vocal track here. Yeah. Holy shit. We interrupt this episode of Game of Thrones to bring you Final Fantasy XVI. What is happening? Shit indeed. Wah. Ow. I knew there was going to be an evasion. And struggle. Yes. Woo! Or clash, rather. Excuse me, how much health does he have at the moment? I just dealt him 500,000 points of damage. Excuse me? What? Screw you, man! I love how his will meter just plummets, though. Ah, fuck. Come on. Got him. Ah, crap. This is so cool. staggered. Wait, are we not going on there? Are we just dealing stagger damage? This is going to take forever. Ah, okay. Cutscene. Woo! More running on the Titan snakes. Hide. Oh, I just realized what it probably wanted me to do is this. Yeah, that makes sense. It's a Titan fight. I'm just... It's a Titan fight. That's all I'm going to say. They know what works. Pew, pew, pew. Ah, crap. Ah, that's it. Yeah, FromSoft worked on this, so that's not a surprise. FromSoft? I keep mixing up the companies. Ignore what I said. Platinum Games worked on this. There we go. That's the name of the company. I should probably use more of these combo moves, huh? Man, Soken. So just to reiterate, I've said this a couple of times, but perhaps you weren't there. This game was made by 3 separate teams. The flaky mobile. The core team in business in Business Division 3 that made the game. Platinum Games, who helped out with some of the battle coding and some of the other, like, a lot of the primal code, a lot of the prime, like, Ifrit combat code. I wouldn't be surprised if they made that, because it feels very Nier Automata at times. The way the controls work and stuff. And then also, they got the Kingdom Hearts 4 team to make some of the fight designs. Some of the combat. Yeah, they assembled the Avengers to make this game. No, that's not yikes, that's yeesh. Yikes has negative connotations, that's yeesh. Because that is damn impressive. Ah, fuck. Ow. This game had a lot of people working on it, and it's all the better for it. It is an all-star team. Also, thanks to all Kingdom Hearts fans for sacrificing, for making this sacrifice, because I'm pretty sure that this game has now delayed the release of Kingdom Hearts 4. Because the team wanted to work on this instead. But can you blame them? I also would want to work on this. Like, let's be real. I absolutely would want to work on this. This is fantastic. Oh my god. It is time. Yes. Metal Gear Rising moment. Let's go. Metal Gear Rising vibes in that animation. Woo! This boss has so much health. Holy shit. Hello. Again. Okay. Oh. Oh, Okay, I understand. Where we dropping, boys? What is happening? Holy shit. Yay!
What's up, Hugo?
Sup, bitch? What the fuck? Holy shit! Hi. We're not fucking done? What? What do you mean we're not done? There's a smaller titan in the bigger titan? He fucking mega sworded? Ah, fuck. Come on. Die. Ah. Whoa. Excuse me? Okay, I think I probably was supposed to, Oh, he just cast Earthshaker. Isn't that fun? No PTSD with that attack name at all. There it is again. Got him. Ah, hello. How nice of you to join me. Wherever this is. That missed, really? Come on. It was a bit much, yeah. I missed. Ow. So that's what happens when you miss a quick time event. Fuck indeed!
What? Ether from the Mother Crystal. If you can do it.
Excuse me? What are we doing? Yes! Get fucked! Holy shit! Probably the most earned fanfare in Final Fantasy history. Damn! What the shit? Did we just break the entire mountain? Like, wasn't there a fucking mountain here before? And another crystal gone. Hi, Kupka. He petrified. Holy shit. Hi? Who in the shit are you? You're not my brother.
Is that you, Ultima? What do you want?
Your soul is tainted with worthless human will, yet your thirst for power remains undiminished. With every sip you take, you grow in strength, and soon you shall achieve perfection.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You will accept us, Mythos. It is inevitable. You were created for this purpose, and you shall serve it.
Never!
Fight it, Clyde! Don't let him in!
Joshua! Ultima is so weird. Yeah.
See now, human will is so insubstantial it cannot exist in isolation. You mitigate its weakness by interweaving it with your consciousness. We believed we had merely to purge you of your will to claim our vessel. It appears we first have to sever every thread of the consciousness that supports it. No matter. The time to build a new world is not yet upon us. We will contemplate.
Yeah, this Ultima is really fucking weird. What is it? Where did it come from?
Thank you, Joshua.
One can no more command the power of ether by drowning in its flood than one can constrain the tides by standing in the sea. I had thought Hugo wiser than this, but it seems his head was full of rocks after all.
Also, hi, you guy.
Titan was strong.
Your Majesty,
But Mythos is stronger.
Hello.
For 5 years, that man lived only for...
That must be the dominant then. Yes, there is King of Walud, dominant of Odin, Warden of Darkness. Yes. Mythos. Yeah. One thing that I'm hoping to finally learn in this very cutscene is why Lord Harbert over here knows Mythos as our name.
Fast to a fiction, even as it swept him into the abyss. One cannot change one's nature through force of will alone. Only the Almighty can do that.
Hugo Kupka, the man who gave his life for a woman's head. A fool like all the rest.
I'm also willing to bet money that the Waludians were the ones who cut off her head and sent it to Kupka in a box. Sid would have never, and I mean, we were there, he didn't. He only gave her pendant back and then left. He didn't desecrate her body.
Oh, that the death of a mother crystal should be so beautiful.
Why don't you take it off my hands and, destroy yours? You still like her? Yeah, exactly. From stone to sand. Yeah, not a chance.
Some medicine, my lord?
Is that the same child every time?
I have salves, potions, anything you need.
Stop bothering me, urchin, or you'll feel the back of my hand.
This child has now occurred 3 times. She
You
must be
consider your
important.
health, my prince. If a show of force is needed to keep the Dalmex at bay, you may trust in your dragoons. I beg you to call on Bahamut only as a last resort. His strength comes at too great a cost.
The Empire agreed to an armistice with the Republic, and yet the Emperor still plots its ruin. For now, the Dalmex suspect nothing, and as long as I can hold their gaze, war need not be inevitable. But more than that, Bahamut is the champion of the Empire. When our people look to the heavens, the sight of him gives them hope.
What? Holy shit!
Forgive me, Terence.
Let's go!
Would that you were my master. But alas.
I will always be your loyal servant.
They did it! Holy fucking shit, they did it! Let's go!
Should the Council's brazen maneuvering prompt the Republic to tear up their own treaty and launch a new assault, our soldiers would advance to meet them, cutting across the Central Isles, but not in time to prevent their forces from breaching the southern defenses and storming Twinside. And so the capital would become a battlefield. Thousands of innocents would die. I cannot allow that to happen.
There is one small mercy, at least. You will not be forced to do battle with Titan.
Would that I could avoid doing battle at all.
1,000 pardons, Your Highness.
What is it?
Olivier has been made Emperor. What is the meaning of this? My father's orders. What were they? Quickly!
Yes, Your Highness. His Radiance requests that Your Highness maintain position here and...
Ah! Terence,
Yes, my prince.
I must go to the palace.
I'll ready your steed.
Could you, like, at least wait for Joshua to fucking talk to you?
What is it now?
Thank you.
Forgive the intrusion, Your Highness.
I know you. At ease. We stand in the presence of the Phoenix. You wouldn't want to get your fingers burned.
I hope I'm not interrupting.
Not at all. Though I admit, I did not expect such a distinguished guest.
How many years has it been since the Remembrance ceremony? 20?
I thought you long dead. Do I address a ghost?
I mean, me too. Like, I... Just... Can you at least wait? Joshua enters the room. Thank you.
Many have told me that I look like one. But no. I'm alive. Just. Prince Dion of the House Lesage, I have a tale to tell you.
God. This game is so good. Also, what the actual... Gay? In a Japanese game? Holy shit! And then they cut, I hate the same. But like, gay though! Let's go! Can we get more gay, please?
I'd better give Otto the good news.
Just you see the thing. Holy shit.
What became of Kupka?
Ah,
Why haven't we heard anything?
that's so nice. Oh, by the way, I need to talk about one thing that infuriates me about this map of the new hideaway. Why do I get quests back here? Like, why would you put multiple quests in this area? Fuck you.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border crossing.
I'm no surprise. Clive, you're back.
It's so far away.
I am. And with glad tidings for once. Hugo Kupka is no more. Well, I'll be. All of our comrades who lost their lives back at Sid's place be smiling down at you right now.
We had a stolus from Lubor saying Drake's fang had fallen. I expect that was your doing as well, was it?
It's a long story.
One for the history books, I'll bet.
Welcome home, Clive.
It's good to be back. You look better.
I feel...
I'm not complaining that there's quests at all in the garden. I'm complaining that there's more than one. And they are not available at the same time. So they make you walk to the garden multiple times. Like at least 4. I'm also not really complaining. It's just like, why? Could you at least have like put a shortcut or something after the first time? But the hideout is beautiful. I cannot wait to see it fly.
Which means I'm
I mean,
coming
it's an
on your
airship.
next little adventure. You're not leaving me behind again.
Wouldn't dream of it. Otto, any word on the Royalist movement since I've been away?
Shouldn't you be putting your feet up?
No.
If you really want to know, go and have a word with Vivian.
Thank you. I will.
I think Wegverlängerungsspirale is just the perfect word. I don't think we need to say it in English. English-speaking people should adopt this word. Wouldn't be the first, and wouldn't be the last. They already took Kindergarten and Gesundheit. Might as well take Wegverlängerungsspirale. Just, why not? Spielzeitverlängerungsspirale, even if you are so inclined. They can have it. Free of charge. Take it. Oh, I have things to do. How nice. Do I need to be scared? Oh, is it the one they showed? Very nice. Then I know where it is. And I also know what level it has. Which is too many. I'm not that good at the game yet that I can... That I would expect me to be able to do it. They showed this enemy in the pre-release livestream event. And they had like a streamer there who tried to beat it, who got actually quite far.
If the state of our coffers is anything to go by.
But ultimately failed. The battle designer himself actually managed to beat it on that level for the first time in that stream. Like... and I think the enemy is around level 60 or something. Yeah, they were... The stream account they used, like the pre-made like save file for the stream, was 15 levels below the enemy. And that's the first time the person who designed the fight managed to beat it 15 levels below. That should put in perspective how difficult that encounter is.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border.
No surprises there. How are you doing? Quick look. Think you can help?
No side quests, okay. Well, then let's talk to Vivian. It's time for Lord Rob, let's go.
Conquering hero returns.
Lord
And with hardly
even.
a scratch on him.
Oh, by the way, I should mention, I did mess with the filters for my microphone a bit. If there's any issues with the audio, please let me know immediately, because I don't know if they work good enough for streaming yet, the new filters. Like one time I tried out filters, and they just fully deep fried the audio, so I'm a bit nervous about it. So if there's anything like bad or crackly or distorted about my voice and reloading the stream doesn't fix it, please let me know. Thank you.
You've picked up one or two.
Well, the fact that you came straight to me instead of visiting our resident physiker suggests that you picked up something more important. A scent. The scent of Waludas.
The very same. But whatever plans Kupka was hatching with the Royalists, he took them to his grave. As did his men. Slaughtered by the orcs who'd taken over the Fang. Orcs, Vivian. I've never seen such creatures in Storm before. The Waluders must have ferried them over from Ash, but why? Why work to rescue Kupka only to invade his home, the mother crystal of an allied nation, and let both fall? It makes no sense.
Do you know the tale of the blind men and the Adamantus? One can often be led astray by focusing too closely on individual details.
I don't.
One must instead see the bigger picture. And what bigger picture is there than my map?
It should be noticeable, Limp. Like, if there's any actual issues with the audio, you should have, like,
The
crackling
Kingdom of
noises
Lud claims dominion
and stuff.
over all of Ash. It is a nation forged by the
I
bloody
see.
conquest of Barnabas Tharm, the dominant of Odin. The Canvarian
Well,
War
maybe.
of Independence in 849.
Maybe I spoke too soon.
The Battle of the Twin Realms in 865. The Battle of Belinus Tor in 873. Wheresoever his armies fought, Odin was found where the fighting was fiercest. But of late, the warrior king appears to have laid his sword to rest. Battle rages for control of the crystalline dominion. Yet Tharm sends not a single ship in support of his Dhalmekian allies. Meanwhile, the Blight ravages great swathes of Ash. Yet warlike Walud shows not the faintest interest in laying claim to untouched lands. So why go to the trouble of sending an army of orcs into the heart of Drake's Fang, only to make no attempt to claim the Mother Crystal for Walud? It can hardly be for lack of men. Tharm's armies rival any in the Twins. No. We have not seen the last of the Waluda standard. Odin will ride again. It is but a question of when. And on that day, who will be trampled underfoot? In summary, I know not to what end the Royalists betrayed Kupka. I know only that it is part of some broader scheme. A scheme tied to the ambitions of one man.
King Barnabas.
But there is no need to wallow in confusion. If one is to cure a sickness, one must first identify the symptoms. And your Lord Uncle has volunteered to do just that by keeping an eye on the Royalists' movements.
He's really throwing himself into this.
Indeed he is. Which means all that remains for us to do is await his reports. Well, not quite all in your case. The people of the Hideaway must hear the news. Justice has been done. Hugo Kupka is dead. The wounds he left that night are still raw, especially for those who lived with Sid the longest. Tell them that those wounds might finally begin to heal. Consider it the price of today's instruction.
I've never known you to be sentimental.
What can I say? I am only human. And we are, all of us, sentimental animals at heart.
I suppose we are. Very well. I'll go and spread the word.
Well then. Oh, by the way, Limp, I do have a question. When I already have you here right now. The other day you mentioned something about a third LB bar. Unless I misheard. Beep boop.
The nobleman who visited.
God, this game is so gorgeous. It looks so good.
Ah, Clive. Have you come seeking the gift of knowledge?
No. To share mine, actually. Hugo Kupka is dead.
Oh my. Yeah. Can it really be true?
Look, he's crying. He is. The big baby.
And with good reason, children. These are tears of joy. We must offer up a prayer to your parents that the heavens might weep with us. There shall be no lessons today, only thanksgiving and merrymaking. Go, put away your things.
All right. Brilliant.
Finally, a new dawn has broken.
It has.
Thank you, Clive. I cannot wait to share the good news.
Hippocrates. After Kupka fell, Ultima came to me. I need to know what he is. Have you learned anything?
Fucking tell me, game.
No. And not for want of trying. I have scoured nigh every historical tome in our collection and found nothing. Not even the sort of conspicuous absence that might suggest a concealment of fact. One is almost tempted to conclude that such a creature never existed.
But I saw him. With my own eyes.
I don't doubt that you did. Alas, it seems you are the only one who has. To others, he reveals naught. We see only that which he leaves in his wake, like some terrible force of nature beyond the ken of mortal man.
A bringer of death.
Whether the Ultima you met with was the being itself, or merely another projection of its power, I know not. But until I do, my investigations shall continue.
Thank you. It means a lot.
Yeah. I've heard the same thing, like, from Bayern before. Because Bayern also plays in German, whereas Niesh plays in English. Like me. So he also got the chance to compare the two. And
Thanks, Sid.
according to him, it's fantastic. Like, I just can't believe how good this game is. Like, finally. I'm not saying that 15 was bad by any means. 15 is a fantastic game. But it had a few points of very valid criticism for how the story was yeah. Thanks. You're welcome. 15 had a few issues with how its story is told and with just generally how it played. And this game improved so much on what 15 was. It's so good. Also, yeah, I'm happy to hear that the localization is good. Because localization is more than just translating. Localization is making sure that the game works. I need to get a new one anyway. But let me finish the sentence. Localization is making sure that the game works in the other region that it wasn't made in, that it's localized for. So a German localization doesn't only have to take language differences into account, and also more difficult translation tasks, like translating an idiom into another language is a very hard thing to do. Ideally, if you're lucky, there's a matching idiom with the same meaning in the other language. But if there isn't, you have an issue. But also you need to take cultural sensibilities into account. You need to make sure that the way that the world is presented evokes the feelings the original author intended to evoke. And that's not always easy. That's why some of the funnier localization choices have been made over the years. Like the infamous translation of a pet. I hope it works. Oh no, the pet's broken. No, it full logged me out of the tool I use for the petting. 1 second. But yeah, it's no worries, you'll get it. I'll do it manually. Just give me a second. There we go. I am logged in. There you go. There you go. But yeah, that's why you get some of the more infamous localization choices, like replacing the word for onigiri with hot dogs and pizza in the Pokemon dub. Because onigiri is not something that people in the Americas back at that time knew. Donuts, yeah, jelly donuts, all that kind of stuff. It's like translating it as jelly donut is funny because that's still an onigiri on screen. But jelly-filled donut has about the same meaning to an American child as onigiri does to a Japanese child. Which is why, in my opinion, that's an excellent localization choice, if only they had also replaced the animation for it. I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna get a drink. Okay, I am back. Hello.
Well, Someone looks pleased with himself. It's true what I'm hearing, then.
Nothing escapes you, Lady Karen. It's true. Kupka is dead.
Yeah.
No more looking over our shoulders, then. Good. I'm starting to get a crick in my neck. Don't let it go to your head, though.
I like her. You know what I'm wondering about Karen?
Is it business or pleasure?
I'm wondering if that is like two different colored eyes, or if one of those is supposed to be a glass eye.
Go on, then.
Because that's a little known fact about history. A lot of people wearing glass eyes had non-matching eye colors, because coming across a glass eye that matched your eye color exactly was very unlikely if you weren't rich enough to commission it. Crafting materials. Ah, go bug.
I'll be thankful you got that much. You got out else?
Goblin coin.
I'll be thankful you got that much.
Okay. I hope the hour of work goes by fast. See you later. Bye.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
What is it? I'm busy.
I wanted to tell you that Hugo Kupka is dead.
I can't tell you how long I've been waiting to hear those words. This is it then. A new beginning under a new Sid.
I'll try to live up to the name. Right. Let's see if Otto has anything else for me.
He cracked the crystal too? Joking.
Oh, here's new recipes.
Drixfang is gone.
Clive. So, will it be?
Enhancer. Uh-huh. Oh, I have another Scarletite. When did I get that? I need to get a Briar clamshell super fast. Okay, so Enhancer or Diamond Sword would be good. I want white worm bones for this. Cool. I'll just clear out the story quest here in the base, and then I will probably go do some hunting. Just some side content. I like side content. It's very good. Oh yeah, I can show y'all. So I've been kind of struggling figuring out what I want to play after this, because the next game I definitely want to play when it releases is Baldur's Gate 3. But Baldur's Gate 3 won't release for another 2 months. So we need something to tide us over. This game only has about 40 hours of content in the main story, and we're about halfway done. So it won't last us until fucking August. Let's just say I'm playing Celeste on my own time, but I've gotten a few things downloaded that we can play until August. What do you say? I think this should be enough.
You barely sat down since you came home. Vivian got you running errands or something? Just spreading the word. So, the Professor's got a soft side, has she? I'd never have guessed.
No. She was right, though. Everyone was glad to hear the news.
Ah, but you ain't told everyone. I can think of plenty of friends back at the old hideaway who'd sleep more peacefully for knowing. Not least of all Sid. You should tell him.
You're right. I should. And I will.
Well, when you do, take Mid with you. She's been going at it hammer and tongs down in that workshop of hers, trying to do her father proud. I can't remember the last time she visited the old sod's grave.
Very well. I'll suggest it.
Let's speak with Mid. I mean, Kupka didn't kill her father. That was Ultima, but she would definitely still like to know.
I think Mid might need some help.
If I don't come up with something soon.
Oh yeah, this is something you might have missed last time, Money. Meet Mid, Sid's daughter.
All right.
Specifically, Midadol Talamon, who is, and this might surprise you, an engineer
What do you want?
specialized
I'm
in
going to visit
airships.
Sid, and I thought you might like to come with me.
Sorry, I'm too busy for all that right now. I've got to get this thermal displacement stack sorted.
Thermal...
Displacement stack. Here.
And this is for...
Only the fastest, finest ship the world has ever seen. The Enterprise.
Ha!
Me and my dad designed it together. Where other vessels rely on the fickle winds to drive them through the water, ours is fitted with mithril engines. And those things have got more push than a behemoth in a bad mood, and more heat than all the hells put together. Which is where the stack comes in. I may have already talked some tight-lipped shipwrights into putting the hull together for me in a little dockyard in Canva. But the stack's a bit more involved, so I'm building it here. Thing is, it's so involved that I'm running behind and it's starting to hold things up over at the shipyard. I'll come and see my dad, though, when I'm done. Whenever that is.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Good old Clive. I were hoping you'd say that. First things first, I need some parts meching. The stack will be made up of 3 major components. There's the plating, here, that channels hot vapors away from the engine. The helm over the top, that disperses all that heat into the air. And the shielding around the sides. That stops the rest of the ship from going up in flames.
A full suit of armor, then. Probably best to take it one piece at a time.
Then you'll need to start with the plating. Everything else fits onto it. I've got the designs and the list of materials here. Show these to Blackthorn. He'll know what to do.
I can't make head nor tail of them.
Luckily, you don't need to.
Ha. There's always a Sid, and there's always a ship called the Enterprise. I also have to say that I do enjoy the trend of having female Sid-type characters in the recent 2 games.
Blackthorn, can I ask a favor?
Out with it.
It's for Mid.
This my last chance to say I'm otherwise engaged. I'd spare myself the arseache. Go on then. What is it this time?
She said you would know. Here.
Krieger's Tates. Well, I don't know what the hell you'd want this for, but I can make it. Won't be easy though. And I'll need help. Get Gavinotto in here, will you?
All right.
And well, Mid here, of course.
So Mid's roped us all in here again, hasn't she? Typical. Still, if that's what it takes to get her to visit Sid's grave, I'll do what I can.
And, what is it we need to do, exactly?
Take a look at this. It's this plating. The usual sword grade steel won't work. We need something that can get very hot, very fast, and still keep its shape.
Weird.
That means an alloy. Something that won't break or buckle at the temperatures she's talking about.
Like how? Oh, I hear it. Okay, 1 second. That should be better, I think. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I still would like to be running this though. So this is reverb reducer, but it's a bit overzealous, it seems. Let's see if it figures out the reverb button sound. Weird. Okay. It's a bit different. Still a bit overzealous in the highs. The midtones seem good. Okay. Interesting. I think I'll have to fiddle with this later. For now, just turn it off. No reverb reduction. Okay. I wonder if I should do this. Yeah. Okay. That should be better.
Which is where you lot come in. I need materials, and I've got my work cut out already. You'll have to fetch them. Now, there's a special kind of sand I'm after that you can only find out in the Valcroy. Stardust, they call it. As for the rest of the stuff, my usual supply should have it in stock. It just needs buying and bringing back here.
Well, we'll get it done quicker if we split up. One of us should probably give you an hand coating the sand.
And the other can go and get the rest from this supplier.
Right then.
Well, make your minds up who's going where, we can get this over with. You going after the Stardust then, are you? Which one of these 2 lucky souls is going with you?
Gav, you're with me.
All right then. So, where do we find this stardust stuff?
There's a river that runs through the southern reaches of the Velcroy. It's the black sand that washes up on its banks that you're after.
Southern reaches of the Velcroy, eh? That's down past Alamil. I'll go and scout the place out. See about hiring us a wagon to bring the stuff back to.
All right. I'll meet you by the river.
While you're off having a paddle, I'll pick up the rest of this stuff from Blackthorn's supplier. Take care.
You two, eh? Don't go letting them fleece ya.
Fleece me? I'd like to see him try.
In your own time.
Tink. Oh, look, side quests. Not just a few either. How nice. Okay. Let's try this one. Valkyrie Desert, Dalmacia, the Hotel, Cattery. So these are all in Dalmacia. This one I know where it is. It's in Rosaria. More specifically, it's here. That's where that S rank is. We won't be going there. Because that S rank is scary as fuck.
Good day to you.
It's all but spent.
The crystals we get from the
We are to dig a new cellar.
Ah, Clive. Your timing is exquisite, as always. I have a concern which you may be able to assist me with.
Go on.
There are whisperings afoot of shadowy figures having been sighted outside the village. Rustlings in the undergrowth, suspicious noises. My people fear that they are being watched. It may be no more than a surfeit of nerves, understandable in the current climate, or it may be the prelude to something altogether more dangerous. Given what I hope you'll forgive me calling your nose for trouble, I wondered if you might investigate.
Sure.
Of course.
Excellent. You might begin by speaking with the good citizens of Lostwing. Listen to their tales, and make what you will of them.
All right. I will.
It's so fantastic that every single quest in the game is voice acted. This is so nice.
Hello,
Not
Sid.
every line of dialogue.
Right.
But most of them.
Let's see what the people of the village have to say. I'd better find out if this is just nerves, or something we need to take more seriously.
There's only like a handful of lines that aren't fully voice acted. Which is, for some reason, some of the side topics you can talk about with like shop NPCs. Those aren't fully voice acted for some reason. No idea why though. Hello.
Where it is, the Black Shields took a hiding in the hands of some bear. Excuse me. Quentin mentioned strange figures having been sighted near the village. Have you seen anything?
Nah, not me, Gov. I heard the rumours, though.
I'm here most days, right next to the gate, and I ain't seen nothing out of the ordinary. Don't worry. Any shady characters try and slip into town this way, and I'll soon come running. And shouting, most likely.
All right. Thank you. Do you have a moment? There's talk of suspicious figures in the woods. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary?
No, but I've heard something. Sound of scraping metal, like someone sharpening a sword.
Where was this?
In Lorbert's Pass. Was out foraging for herbs when I heard it, screeching out from between the trees. Ran back here as quick as my legs would carry me, and I ain't been back since.
I see. I'll look into it. Thank you. Seems Lorbert's Pass is our best bet then. What do you say, Torgal? Shall we go and investigate?
Whee! It's time for bed.
You there.
Fuck! He's seen us. Get them before they escape!
Black Shields. Here.
I love how they just went fuck.
What the hell are you doing here?
What is it to you? Not that we give a damn. All that matters to us is that you don't leave here alive.
Titan! Titan!
Bonk. Good boy. You are not casting glare. Ding. Death. Ta-da! They have died. Let's go.
Why were they here? Were they planning an attack on Lost Wing? I need to warn Quentin.
Just murdering a few people. No biggie. The usual. The power of the PS5. Whee. It's so memeable. The power of the PlayStation. Like, ah, yes.
Clive, how goes the hunt for our sinister figures?
I found some black shields hiding near Lorbert's Pass. They're gone now.
Black shields. The Empress's former bloodhounds. Though they serve another master now. One who means to root out and destroy both me and those I care for. And it would appear the pack has finally caught the scent of its prey. Damn it all. I had hoped I would have more time than this. More time to prepare. But if we are cornered, we have no choice but to bite back. And bite back we shall.
I'm sorry. You're going to need to explain. Who did the Black Shield serve now? And why would that person want you dead?
Because I want him dead.
Who?
The former Lord Chief Justice of Sanbreque. All that I have built here is for him.
I don't understand. Why him? Why Lostwing?
I suppose it is better that you know the truth. I was a member of the judiciary once. So sickened was I by the injustice of this world, I swore to fight it. And fight it I did, in my own small way. I saw more than a few corrupt officials condemned to the very cells into which they had thrown blameless innocents. Men to whom the law was but a scourge to turn against the powerless. And throughout, it was the Lord Chief Justice who backed me, who was my one true ally in the quest to see justice done.
So what changed?
I discovered that he hunted bearers for sport. I was a fool to think he shared my hatred of venality and vice. His support for me was no more than a facade, a means of ridding himself of his rivals, a mask to hide the rot beneath. I filed suit against him immediately. His response, however, was rather more visceral. He had my entire family slaughtered, and he faced no punishment whatsoever. I lost everything. My loved ones, my livelihood, my position, the faith I had once held that any modicum of justice might be achieved through the courts. So I set about enacting my own. I tracked down every soul who served him, and slit their throats myself. But the man himself proved an altogether more difficult target. With money and power come protection. And so I saw that I would need an army of my own.
Bruh.
I came here to Lostwing and began recruiting like-minded individuals.
And everyone here knows this is why you do what you do.
Of course. They too have lost loved ones to the bearer hunts. Seen faultless friends sent to the gallows to spare the guilty. All under the watchful eye of the Lord Chief Justice. Our wounds are the same. And our cause is the same. We are comrades. And our revenge is already in motion. We know where he hides, how numerous and well-trained his guard. What we did not know until now, however, was that his plans may already be in motion too.
Quentin.
Our time is short. He may move against us at any moment, unless we move against him first. My friends and comrades, it begins. Make ready for war.
Holy shit. Okay, did not expect that to be a random side quest. The fuck? Sure.
I'm not going to change his mind.
Oh, you're not, no. You are definitely not going to change his mind. No shot. Let's start from up here and do some hunting. Oh, right. I can skill this. That does sound fun. Give me that. And this. Why not? And that one for good measure. I would also like better limit break. There we go. And then gear and icons. Instead of upheaval, Earth and Fury. And I think I'll take this over wind up. I'll use Wicked Wheel in place of that, though. Did I use Upheaval? No. Okay, sounds good.
Come on. Fly, Ambrosia.
Oh! Third LB bar, there it is. When did I get that? Oh, from upgrading the LB. Of course. That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that? Yeah, okay, so upgrading the LB gives you a third LB bar. Good to know.
Dumb vultures. Preying on the trade caravans. You've picked the wrong target.
Okay, let's stay
home now. Run like the wind.
Northern Velcroy. Maybe this way. What's this?
That'll do, girl.
Nice. My sword is starting to lose damage. I need to make a new one. In due time. Okay, let's go up here. See about on the Northern Velcroy. If there's anything interesting right here.
Faster!
There's a sandstorm.
All right.
no. Goblin. Goblin. That over there sounds like a hunt arena to me. Not you. Yeah, that's right. In here. Apparently no.
This won't be easy.
Get him! Cut him down! Oh, hello. There's one of those here. Interesting. Okay, but apparently it wasn't here. So let's go back to the teleporter and try, but the thieves' hideout.
Let's go.
Yeah. Which should be about this way. I'm not even quite sure what I'm hunting for. But something. I will find out when I run into it. Okay, that's the right way. Oh no, a trap! That looks like a hunt target.
Straight home now.
Oh my god, it's a turtle. Turtle.
Well, Clyde. Take us home. Too slow.
Get bonked. Ow.
That's better.
Ah, crap. Okay. LB! Get him! Hotel! That evade failed. Get staggered, bitch! Nice! One down. Woo! Scarlet Eye, two of them.
It should have stayed in its shell.
Tutel slain. No more Tutel. Nice. Ta-da. What level am I? I'm blind. There. 33. These are getting tougher. I need materials and fast.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border post.
Oh, hello.
How may I help you today, Clive?
Oh, nice.
All yours.
High Cleric's Medallion.
All in
That
good
sounds
time,
fun.
eh?
So one of my favorite items I've gotten so far is the item you get from this here, which is the Berserker Ring. The nice thing about the Berserker Ring is that if I precision evade an attack, it gives me
Seen enough?
it increases my attack and my will break potency for a short while. Which is really nice because I've already had an evade heavy playstyle in this game. So that item actually just like rewards me for having that playstyle by making that playstyle more viable. Which is nice.
So, what'll it be?
Where do I get white worm bones? I mean, I guess the enhancer would still be good. I'll just craft it.
Not
Why
bad,
not?
if I do say so myself.
And then we make enhancer +2.
Yeah, that should do you.
And then also I have a Drake Slayer belt, but I don't have Drake Slayer bracelets.
Not bad, if I
But
do
now I
say
do.
so myself.
So what's the best stuff I could make here? It would give me a bit more HP, but it would drop my defense. And I don't think the trade-off of 1 HP or 2 HP to 5 defense is worth it. I would be willing to bet that the defense is all in all more effective HP than 2. Because obviously higher defense stat means I take less damage overall. Soul Stingers. Empty Hovel Dalmakia. Cattery Dalmakia for Grimalkin. And the Jaw. Okay, let's go there. Dalmakia. Northern Velcroy, Southern Velcroy. So the Jaw is over here. Where's the Watcher? Fang Drop. Aww. Did you fall asleep? Oh no. It happens to me as well. Like, usually not this early, but like, sometimes, some days, I turn stream off. I go into a more relaxed pose, and then it's just 3 hours later.
My carpets have the most fragrant herbs and spices
known
from
to
the
man,
breath
sure.
of the twins and beyond.
Gone, just like that. And without so much as a by your leave.
What's the matter?
It's my apprentice. He up and vanished while my back was turned. I'd go and look for him myself, but I've got a bakery to run. A bakery that's now short one pair of hands. Loath though I am to rely on the kindness of strangers, I'm at a loss. Please, will you see if you can find him?
Sure.
I'll see what I can do. Do you know where he might have gone?
I wouldn't be surprised if he was off somewhere mooning at Drake's Fang. He used to work there, you see. Poor fool left his heart in its hollow.
All right. Then that's where I'll start.
Use your loaf.
Oh, where did all the men go?
Made from the stoutest stoneware.
No, I'm telling you, it's gone.
Come on.
Yeah, sounds good. Just like take a walk or something, I don't know. Desert roses. But yeah, I've said this before when Corey was here, but the crafting system this game has reminds me a lot of Another Eden.
Don't get surrounded.
Like, just without the gathering and then just like making the items in one go. It's very nice. I like the crafting system of Another Eden. I'm a big fan. In my opinion, fighting systems don't have to be crafting systems don't have to be overly involved. Obviously, I also like the crafting system in FF14 because it is so involved. But they don't need to be. Unless you're willing to make, like, an entire piece of content from it. In which case it better be. I found a hand target. How nice. Hello. Grimalkin. Cat. Big kitty.
Playtime for the pack, is it?
Oh, these are part of the hunt. Nice. Yeah, so, I like involved crafting systems, but if you decide to make a super involved crafting system, you better be prepared to, like, make tons of content for it. If it's just going to be random progression,
and then there was one.
Don't make it too involved. Ow! Whoa! Nice precision dodge. Ah, fuck. I still don't know the block timing for the Titan block. Stack it. Nice. Nope, that's not it. Or maybe I can't block that one. Ah, parried. Awesome. Just one LB bar, but it'll do. What the hell? Give it to me. Got him! Death. What do I get? Grimalkin hide. Nice.
That wasn't too bad, was it, Torgal?
I love Torgal. Pet him.
After it.
Nom. Oh, by the way, I need to show you a disgrace. How to look at trophy status. Also, still the best achievement. Shift! There. Only 40% of players have pet Torgal 5 or more times. What a disgrace. Come on, people, we can do better. How dare! Pet him! Pet the fucking wolf!
Take a sniff, good sir.
Oh, well.
So? He's a wolf, not a dog. And he is the goodest boy. Fucking pet him. I think most people haven't figured out you
Anything
can pet
I can
him.
interest you in?
That's more likely.
My thanks. Here you are.
That's not a hidden achievement, by the way. Like, as soon as people look at their trophies and see that one, they'll do it. But still, it's like, pet him. Pet the good boy. Oh, man. I still can't get over how good this game looks. Who this? Hello? Okay.
My blade yet. Come. Let's feast on your flesh. Your feasting days are over. Want some more? Titan!
Ow! Can we not? No, oh god. Not good. Okay, got it staggered. Get him! Okay. LB his ass!
That's better.
Got him! Ooh, 5k XP! Nice!
Those
Get
who kill for
fucked.
sport deserve no better.
Get killed, bitch! I did not see what that gave me. Well, it'll be something. It will have been worth it. I'm sure of it. Okay, I'm supposed to find someone in this area. Well, hi.
Excuse me. What do you want? The baker sent me to find you.
I am a sorry, selfish sod, aren't I? Certainly not a baker.
Yeah.
Master must rue the day he took me.
Think, Mark.
Time was the sight of the fang used to calm my nerves. But now look at her.
I take it you missed the Mother Crystal.
I hated her, but she was all I knew. Worked her mines for years. And when she shattered, part of me shattered with her. I had to trade my pickaxe for a rolling pin, but I'm no good at baking. Every loaf I touch collapses. My bread's as hollow as I am. She was the only thing that could fill the hole inside me. Oh, I loved her, damn it. But now she's gone. She's never coming back. What am I supposed to do? I ask her. How does a shell of a man learn to live again?
Express yourself.
Perhaps you could express yourself in your work. If you miss the fang, maybe you could recapture it somehow.
Recapture it? I'm a baker, not a... You know, you might just be right.
Did I just give him the inspiration to make fucking Quarkstrudel?
What a fool I've been! I have to get back to the bakery right away.
You know?
Thank you. Thank you, my friend. You've opened my eyes.
Wait. Suppose you
It kind of looks like
then.
the thing did. You know? Kind of the same shape. Fucking...
The most fragrant herbs and spice.
Ah, there you are. The man who lit a fire under my wayward apprentice. Though I worry you might have stoked the flames a little too high. He damn near ran me down trying to get to my oven.
Master, it's ready. Behold the Drake's Balm. A truly unique creation.
Yeah, almost.
I dare say it is.
It's a bomb, though.
Just look at it. A perfect likeness of the Fang herself. Her steepled peaks, her fulsome spurs, her inviting hollow. True, my loaves collapse more often than not, but what's the Fang without her creator? What? No Fang at all. And look, inside. She's filled to bursting with a bounty of beautiful crystals. Salt crystals! Master, I have found my purpose. I must use my work here to preserve the memory of the Fang.
Well, if it tastes half as unique as it looks, I'd certainly say you're onto something.
That's a nice way to say it.
Not only is my apprentice back, but he's finally pulling his weight. With any luck, I might even have a new delicacy on my hands. I don't know how you did it, but you have my thanks.
This is so nice. I like this. Ta-da! Goblin coin.
Now, do
It would make a fine
you have to
gift for
use the
your
good salt. Leave some for the rest of us.
Sorry, Master. I'll go and get some more later.
Okay, let me look at the hunt log. Oh, that was so funny. Like, okay, it's not a sweet. It's a savory baked good, but still, you know, would it work? Okay, so empty hovel is somewhere. And then this one. There's one more hunt target in Dalmacia.
Is it business or pleasure?
You're rubbing me blind, you know. You'll not find a better price than that.
I believe you. Kind of want these. At least a few of them. Ooh.
Is that all?
Let's see here. I think I will upgrade ignition. Because I do use that quite frequently. Still want this upgrade, but maybe not now. And I feel like I don't have enough. But this, why not? Better skills! Woo! Okay. As always, I'm going to take a short break just to stretch my legs. I will be back in a few minutes. Hello. I've returned. It is time for more Clive. Look at him. All available. Look at the man. The legend. Just fucking Clive. Okay, so I need to find a place by the name of Empty Hovel in Dalmacia. That's the Cattery, that's the Jaw, the Sickle. It could be in a great many places. I'm going to try from the Jaw through the Sickle first.
Faster!
Hi. Greetings. And this way. Maybe here? Oh, big open area. Boots of Korava. Vamar. That is Empty Hovel. Found it. This way. Yeah. Bit more left, actually. It's probably that over there. A big horn. Hello.
No mistakes.
Hi. There's just a curl chilling here. Cool. This, yes.
That'll do, girl.
Somewhere around here. Allegedly. Huh. That's the thing. Where's the enemies? Weird. Oh, is it those? I swear those weren't here before. Yes, hello. Fun.
They don't look happy.
Well done, Toggle.
Love you!
Farewell.
That was rather easy. Because it was a lot of small instead of one big. That works.
Peace at last.
That was the last hunt target. But there's still some area to explore here.
Yeah.
Although apparently we can't go most places yet. Weird. There's some cats. And some birds. Hello. Okay, that looks like a nope. Whatever's beyond that gate, we can't go there. Okay, let's go to the inn then. Since that means we are done with all the optional content, main story it is. Let's aid in the construction of the Enterprise.
Where's Gav?
Hi, Gav.
Sorry to keep you, Gav.
Better late than never. I've had a quick scout about, and I reckon round here's our best bet if we want to grab as much of this Stardust stuff as we can. Don't know what Blackthorn's planning to do with it, though. I asked over in Dalamil, and they seem to think it was worthless. But if Stardust is what Blackthorn wants, Stardust is what he'll get. There's plenty of the stuff lying about, just begging to be bagged.
Then let's get bagging, shall we?
We shall. Race ya.
Stardust. I wonder... Okay, so Stardust could be two things. It could be actual meteorite dust.
So this is Stardust. It just looks like black sand to me.
It could also be magnetic iron dust. You know, the same stuff they make to... they used to make, like, ferrofluid. Because that's actually very common in rivers. Iron dust. It's very purified, which is
That
the
should be
great
enough
part.
for now. Let's see how Gav's getting on.
You finished? How much did you get?
Enough. I hope.
5 hands full.
Oh, fuck. You win. That might even be enough for old Blackthorn. Hey, before we go, do you mind if we have a chat?
Sure.
Feels like ages since we had the chance to talk. You know, man to man like.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
When you first took Sid's name, we were talking all the time. Working out what to do in that.
There was a lot to work out.
And there still is. Those shoulders of yours starting to feel the strain. Hardly ever see you around the hideaway nowadays. Always on some errand or other. You can take a day off, you know.
Says the man who spends most of his time behind enemy lines.
Only 'cause you keep sending me there.
I know I can count on you, Gav.
Likewise. So you keep sending me wherever you need to, and I'll keep going. Safe in the knowledge that I have a home to come back to. Thanks to you. Right. That's enough soppy shite for one day. We'd better get this lot back to Blackthorn before he slings his hammer at someone.
You go on ahead. And try to get some rest once you're there.
Oh, I plan to. Believe you me. After Blackthorn gets what he needs, of course.
Right. Ready to go home, boy?
What a nice scene. Yes, hello. Hello, Lim. I ran out of side content. So, main story it is. Gav. Of course, I love Gav. He's my favorite NPC. I really like Gav.
Let's hope this is all Blackthorn needs.
Who takes Otto? Let's be real. But yeah, I ran out of side content. I did all the hunts except the S rank and all the side quests.
Blackthorn. Got everything you need?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I do. Cheers for the Stardust. Should be enough to be getting on with.
We should go out on maneuvers together more often. You know, it beats sneaking around on your tud all the time.
I'll make a start on putting this thermal plating together then. It'll take some time, mind. So if you've got other things to be getting on with, I could do without you breathing down my neck.
Thank you, Blackthorn. I'll let Mid know construction's underway.
Ding! With Gav? Yeah. Actually, no, I lied.
Better be getting back to work too.
Give us a shout if you need anything.
I lied about my favorite NPC. You just don't get to interact with my favorite NPC much at all in the storyline.
I
There
heard
he is.
what you told Nan about Kupka. Hopefully all our old friends can rest easy now.
That's the best NPC. Fight me. I love Goods. He's so good. But you never get to interact with him. He's like there at the beginning. Yeah. Sure is.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
Oh, they do use the Ö. That's nice. I think they wanted to keep it with a letter that with letters people in America can actually type on their keyboard, which is fair, in my opinion.
You'll be pleased to hear that Blackthorn started work on the plating.
Hi, Mid.
Excellent. 1 down, 2 to go.
So, what's next?
The helm, of course. For this, we'll be repurposing fallen scrap.
Salvage from the ruins? I thought that material was all but impossible to work.
Ah, but we don't have to.
I'm sorry.
Just so happens there's one particular ruin that's broken into exactly the right shape and size pieces for what we need. What's the name back there? I'll give you all the details.
What's her name? Right.
I like her English voice. I don't know how she sounds in German.
Oh, Sid, is this about the helm?
Yes. Mid said I should speak with you.
I'll show you the plans then. Here you see the mithril engine, in which mithril is burned to generate heat. That heat is then harnessed to produce motive force. Excess heat is dealt with by means of the thermal displacement stack, which disperses it into the surrounding air. Now, were we to rely on thermal plating alone to achieve this effect, the rate of excess heat buildup would far exceed the displacement coefficient of the plating. In other words, the reactor would overheat and eventually explode. This is where the helm comes in. It connects to the plating, you see, and serves as a sort of thermal sink to absorb all that excess energy. Our experiments have shown that fallen ceramics are remarkably thermophilic. They can withstand and absorb levels of heat far above anything we are able to make today. And not only that, they're also waterproof and immune to rust, making them the perfect material for our protective hood. Why, if sea or rainwater were to enter the reactor proper, it would vaporize instantly. The forces produced would tear the ship from stern to...
You can stop there. I understand. Mid said we might be able to use parts of a fallen ruin. Where would I find it?
Ah, yes. It's in Lorbert's Pass, near Lostwing.
Ooh.
The thing is, well, I probably should have arranged to have the pieces we need brought here sooner. You see, a certain unwanted visitor has taken up residence there. It's no longer a matter of just walking in and taking them. It's, going to be considerably more dangerous than that.
I see. Then I suppose I'd better deal with this unwanted visitor for you. Would that help?
Oh, very much. Thank you, Sid. I'll gather my team and head there right away. We'll meet you outside the ruins.
But yeah, I didn't realize when I let the exposition wash over me. But yeah, it's a mithril reactor, right? As in a mithril engine. As in not made of mithril, which wouldn't make sense. Mithril is historically a very durable fantasy metal. No, but using mithril as the power source. I mean, I guess you can burn anything, but how would you even go about burning a metal? I feel like, you know, a mithril built engine, you know, with burning ceruleum would be more sensible in Final Fantasy, seeing how ceruleum, you know, exists and is a fuel.
In the bales. Leave anything you don't
But-
need behind.
Okay. I'm not even sure if oxidizing a metal is usually an exothermic process.
If you're ready, we leave at once.
Because I don't think it is. I think it's an endothermic process. But, like, otherwise burning metal would be really easy. It creates some sort of... That is exothermic. Huh. But even then, like, not in... It is exothermic, but it doesn't react fast enough. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out the properties that Mithril would have to have for this to make sense. And it would have to be an extremely fast reagent once it gets above a certain temperature. And also a violently exothermic reaction for it to produce enough heat to power an engine. Is it not here? Like, huh? Where? Hello? Over here, maybe? No. Do you need to talk to these people? Oh, apparently. Oh! Helena is here! Okay.
Oh,
no worries.
there you are, Sid. Thanks so much for coming. The, ruins are just over there, as is the creature I told you about, I'd imagine. Would you mind?
Of course. I'll be right back.
Would you mind murdering it for me? Sure. Aha. Hello. Bulk. Ah! It's an
This must
Ahriman.
be our unwanted visitor. Time to go.
I mean, I've already killed one of them. Oh, look! It also has Doom. How nice. Oh, Anyway.
Nice try.
Distorted? Oh, you mean when you parry? Or... Ah, when you get Doom, yeah. I'm willing to bet all Arimans can cast Doom in this game. Got him. Doom is such a funny cast. I like how they did Doom in this game. Because, like, obviously you can't have it be a thing you have to dispel. I'm a huge fan of this solution for how to make Doom a thing. Just having it be big fuck of one-shot AoE.
Things I do for you, Mid.
Sid! Oh, thank goodness you're safe.
You shouldn't have any trouble now.
Indeed. Well, don't let us keep you. We'll, see that everything is transported.
No, I don't. I don't know how to combo with Doggo. I am woefully uninitiated in the mechanics of using the Doggo to its full potential.
Safely back to the hideaway.
All right. I'll let Mid know you're on your way.
So I'm at reputation. Oh, maybe I should check it out. Dog. I mean, let's go to the training area and then you can tell me. The secret moves. The knowledge of dog. Yeah, I've been in here once or twice. Oh. Enable toggle. Sick timing. It's because the move is called sick, which is just a word. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, total.
All yours, Torgal. Torgal, kill.
Nice. That is super good to know.
Over here. Get him. Over here.
Dong, dong. Hit, magic, hit magic, hit magic, hit magic. Oh. That is crazy. That is fantastic. This game is crazy. Holy shit. I can barely get the fucking magic burst timing though. But it's super rhythmic, like it's tap 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 tap. I need to use that more often. They put so much work into the fighting system and it pays off so much. Pays off so well.
Editors started reading books.
So simple to use. And just so much depth. Yeah, exactly. I love this. I love fighting systems that are easy to use and then just have just mountains of depth to master.
If I don't come up with something soon.
Mid. Helena has recovered the material for the helm. She'll be along shortly.
Excellent. Another job well done.
And just one remaining.
Right. Right, the shielding. This one's a bit of a bugger.
How so?
The plating's enough to stop the engines going pop, but those things will still be spitting out enough fire to set the rest of the ship ablaze. Which is why you need proper shielding. A prison for the dragon's breath that's blazing away inside. I thought a triple thick layer of tempered steel might do it. Or more of the stuff that the Fallen use, but they'd both be too heavy. The helm and the plating are bulky enough as it is. Add any more weight and the whole ship would be at the bottom of the briny before we'd even started. I need something light. But I've racked my brains and I just can't think what would do it.
Well, if I were in need of obscure knowledge, I know whose counsel I would seek. Harpocrates.
Tomes? Yeah, well, I'd thought of that, obviously. I've got all the details written down here. Can you take this to him, see what he makes of it?
Yeah.
Right away.
That would be nice. I mean, you do have, like, at least some gameplay difference, because the circle button always does something different. But it would have been interesting if more of the fighting system changed by swapping icons. But I'm still happy as is. Like, this is already good.
I went up to give some breeze.
The block is so funny. I need to figure out what attacks you can't parry in combat. But that's just learning by getting hit. I love the middle skill on Titan's skill pool.
Harpocrates, do you have the moment?
For you, Clive? Always.
Well, actually, it's for Mid this time. Could you take a look at this?
Shielding for a mithril engine? Whatever will that girl think of next? And what are these notes around the edges?
She has some specific requirements for the materials. The shielding needs to be able to resist extreme heat on the inside, and yet remain cool enough on the outside not to set the ship alight, while also being light enough not to sink it. As you can imagine, she's struggling to find anything that meets her needs.
I see.
I wondered if you might know of a solution, or if you might be able to search the records for one.
Perhaps it is not a different material she requires, but a different approach.
What do you mean?
Consider the lake we have made our home. Its blighted waters eat away far more quickly than fresh water or even brine, at timber and steel alike. And yet, we have made a home here from those very materials nonetheless.
We have. But Bardolph must varnish every board twice over to keep it from rotting. And Obelisk complains that without a constant supply of pitch, I see.
Early Gregorian histories speak of a preparation known as moon dew. It is said to be able to resist even the most ferocious flames. Before the dragoons tamed the worms and wyverns of the realm, nobles would daub their castle walls with it in order to guard against dragonfire.
So if we could recreate it...
It might be applied to some material or other in order to provide the protection it requires. As to how best to apply it and to what material, perhaps Bardolph and Obolus might be of assistance. I shall speak to them and see what wisdom they might have to offer. If you would be so kind as to procure the necessary ingredients, I shall discuss the specifics of how it might be most effectively put to use with our two friends. The knowledge of the past may yet prove useful to we of the modern era.
Thank you, Hippocrates. And since you're asking others to help you, perhaps I should too.
So you need a hand, do you?
We do. I'll be heading to market for the ingredients we need. I could do with some help. And some company, too.
The other can assist me in researching how best to prepare the shielding itself.
Can we count on your aid?
Always. Well, if Jill's game.
Thank you.
I am sure either of these fine young minds would prove indispensable in my research. I leave the decision as to who will go with whom in your capable hands, Clive.
But yeah, I also like the charge up abilities. Hi, Jill.
Shielding that guards against even the most ferocious flames. We could have done with some of that on Drustinus.
I doubt I would have survived that place with or without it. A trip to Northreach, though, I think either of us could handle.
But yeah. Yeah. But yeah, so the ones that have charge up are really fun in my opinion. I'm very excited about those. They are a lot of fun to use. But I also just really like the center one. Because if you parry, or if you block with the initial cast of it, it might as well just break half the will bar on its own with the extra damage it gets. And the attack also continues to block incoming attacks while it's going off if you block on initial cast. That means you can stand in continuous attacks with it and still be fine. It's very useful.
So, Clive, have you made your decision? Who will accompany you on your little excursion?
Yeah.
Very well. So then, what do we need to find?
I have taken the liberty of preparing a list. Here.
White chocobo eggs. Pepio nuts. Are you sure this list is right? Everything on here seems very edible. I would have thought the ingredients would be a little more exotic.
Though these items may seem mundane, they have potent effects that are rarely exploited. Effects for which they were once highly prized. So much so, in fact, that they were harvested almost to extinction, hence moon dews having fallen from favor. Now, of course, they can be obtained with ease. You should be able to find everything you need at the market in Northreach.
Is that so? I've been meaning to visit Northreach anyway. I'll set out now. Join me there when you're ready.
I will. Until then.
You two enjoy yourselves.
You too, Talia.
Even if it wasn't for, like, you owe her some time after what happened in Rosaria. Like, that at least. I'm not sure why they make you choose between her and Taja, who has had very little screen time up until here. Ooh. A gift.
We're seeing troops amassing at every border. No surprises there.
How may I help you today, Clive?
Ah, just a meteorite.
All yours.
Fan post. Yes. Okay, 715 for the High Cleric's medallion.
Come again. I may have more for you.
Interesting. Oh, actually, I want to see something before I go. Vivian.
Here for another of my lectures.
What is it that you wish to learn?
Ah. Very sad. They don't tell me about the gay. I was curious if they had the gay in here, but I guess in forms of Olivier's enthronement is a more important piece of information. Yeah, this is so good. I already like the grid, but the fact that it's timelined, like, holy shit. Adversaries. Yeah, you could put it like that. First wolf. Best friends. Just this. Icon battle. Deceased. Yeah. What is Ultima's deal?
Study it well, Clive.
And this is also... You have no idea how much I appreciate this. This is so good. This is fantastic. More, please. Alright, Canva. I keep forgetting that there's a small nation down here. Yeah, the Iron Kingdom. There's only 2 more crystals that we know of.
Thus ends today's lesson.
Yeah, it's so fantastic. Like, this is something I would have appreciated so much in a lot of games with convoluted political plots. Because it just shows you at a glance what the fuck is going on. It's so nice. Like, even in FF14 at times it would have been very good.
Where's Jill?
There's talk at the glass gate.
All anyone ever wants is fresh cuts. Come, you'll not find a
Are those Pepio nuts?
How goes the hunt for ingredients?
I've only just started. I'm sure everything we need is somewhere amongst all these stalls, though. Why don't we split up and see? We'll take a couple of ingredients each.
All right. What am I looking for?
How about you look for the Pepio nuts and some garlic? I'll find the other things we need. We can meet by the gate when we're finished.
What can I interest you in today?
Garlic.
I hope it's to your liking.
I love that it's in
You're always welcome here
consumables.
in Lostwing.
Can I just... Where is the consumable wheel? That is... No, okay. That was a bit funny. I was like, why is this in consumables? Can I just eat raw garlic? Like a fucking
How the
madman?
hell is anyone supposed to afford that?
Imagine having no money here. Like, okay, but let's be real. Like, how? How do you not have 100 gil?
Oi, don't touch anything.
Or like 20 even. Like, these aren't expensive. You need to fight like 4 times.
Go on.
Like anything in
Take
the
it.
overworld. To afford these.
That's everything. Let's see how Jill's getting on.
Do you see anything you like?
I still haven't bought an elixir. Or a Lionheart tonic. But the elixir mainly because they are so expensive. Ooh. Don't mind if I do.
Eye.
Breath of Earth, Raging Fists. I use that. I'll take it.
An excellent choice.
I just
And a
randomly
fine
equipped it into one slot. That is so good for big enemies. Yeah, I can imagine. But I've been actually getting along quite well with the game so far. I still want this. Berserker ring, yeah. The cooldown reduction is nice though. That might have been a waste.
Hey to you.
Whatever. I have it now.
Pilger's nice and chilled.
Ooh, that's cool.
Did you find everything?
I did. Here.
Still, why do you make me select it individually? Why is this window?
Nuts. Perfect. Now all that remains is for Harpocrates to somehow turn all this into what Mid needs to keep her engine cool. But before we head back, would you walk with me a while?
I guess.
Thank you for asking me to help you today. It makes a nice change.
It does. It's good to get away from all the battle and bloodshed for once. Just being here reminds me of when we were children. Do you remember? Walking down Market Street in Rosalith, taking in the sights and smells.
How could I forget? What with Torgal's antics. Remember how his nose would prick up at the scent of sausages? He'd go racing away and we'd have to go running after him. We wouldn't catch you now, would we, boy?
Oof.
Was there anything you wanted to buy for yourself while we're here?
There was, yes. Well, sort of. Molly in the kitchens told me about a place that sells particularly good pies. Thought you might like to share one with me.
I would. Thank you.
And I saw some bread. Big white cobs like the baker back in Rosalith used to make. What do you think? I thought we might get some soup to dip it in. But then I tried a slice of the butcher's dry-cured ham and it was just... oh,
You all right?
sorry. It's just... you're right. I really do feel like a child again being here with you.
Aww.
Clive. Is it wrong of me to enjoy this?
No, Jill. This is how life should be. And it's how our lives will be when our work is finally done. When we can live on our own terms.
I hope so. Thank you, Clive. Well, I suppose we better be getting back. I need to give these ingredients to Harpocrates and Talia. I'll see you at the hideaway.
Take care.
I will. You too.
Pet the dog. But yeah, I haven't been religious about reading the flavor text. I'll be honest. You know, one thing I'm wondering about is... So, first of all, this is an awful lot of blight to be caused by just these two crystals. So I wonder if there's another crystal somewhere down here. This has probably been caused by the Fang. This here I'm not too sure about. And apparently there used to be a crystal here, but it collapsed somehow. What's interesting though is that there is a patch of fertile land here. So my guess is, especially because they had this little stripe of you can't fight here toward the dim, that we will have an expedition north into this area, and that we'll have to go through a section of fighting without magic. Because so far, that has come up exactly once, and they wouldn't program it in for a throwaway area you pass through with no enemies. Like, they wouldn't have had to do that at all.
How Harpocrates is getting on with the Moondew.
So I assume that we will end up fighting in the Blight sooner or later.
How's work on the shielding progressing, Harpocrates?
Well, very well indeed. And thanks in no small part to your kind assistance. I was just explaining to Talia how we might best go about preparing the Moondew. And now that we have all the ingredients, we may begin.
You can count on me. I've mixed more than a few mysterious concoctions in my time.
I'm sure you have. What about the shielding itself?
Work is underway, under the watchful eyes of Bardolph and Obolus.
Apparently, it'll be ready soon.
Thank you. All of you.
Right then. Jill, would you join me in the infirmary? Many hands make light work and all that.
Of course. Oh, and Clive, thank you. It was nice just being with you.
It appears our work here is almost at an end. A shame. I was enjoying playing the man of action for once. When both the shielding and the Moondew are ready, it will merely be a matter of applying the one to the other. Followed by a rigorous process of testing and retesting, of course. Perhaps someone ought to warn young Mid of that.
Leave it to me. Thank you, Harpocrates.
I also have to say, I like how serious the game takes its engineering.
Give Mid the good news then.
Like, usually, it would be get this one item from this one boss, take it to the engineer NPC, fade to black, crafting noises, done. But it's like, this is actually involved. Like, they put thought into how this object in their fantasy world has to work.
Editors started reading books that don't have any pictures in.
And I enjoy it. Nice.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mid. But you'll be pleased to know that work on the shielding is underway.
You found something for it?
In a manner of speaking, Hippocrates knew of a substance that's highly resistant to heat, a coating that should provide the protection you need. He's supervising the construction and testing of the shielding as we speak.
Brilliant! I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Don't thank me. I'm just the errand boy.
Right then, better start working out how to bolt all these bits together. To the Black Hammer!
You know, when I got into the smithing game, I thought I'd be making swords and shields, not thermal bleeding didgeridoo-dahs.
Displacement stacks.
Same difference. Whatever you call it, I ain't putting it together in here. It's cramped enough as it is. Let's take this outside. Mid, you get all the parts lined up on the deck. I'll take care of the rest.
On my way!
Oh, and bring me the biggest hammer you can find. This is gonna require some precision walloping.
This thing looks so cool.
It's finished! It's finally finished!
Thank fuck for that. I'll be feeling my hammer arm for weeks.
Thank you, Clive, Blackthorn, everyone. That's one down and just 3 more to go.
I'm sorry.
Oh, didn't I tell you? The Enterprise has 4 mithril engines, and we'll be needing a displacement stack for each.
You don't mean...
Don't worry. Now they've got a finished one to work off. My gang in Canva can build the rest.
Good luck to them, I say. Right, I'm off to get a sling for this elbow. Any other work comes in, keep it to yourselves, eh?
I need something to drink. Well, but here we are. More mid.
What's the matter?
Nothing. Just daydreaming. Thinking about the Enterprise sailing off over the horizon to shores unknown. Searching for a land untouched by the Blight. Just like me and my dad planned. So if the worst came to the worst and every scrap of soil in the twins turned black, we might still have a chance. That's what she was meant to be. You see, one last chance just in case we needed it. But now she's so close to being finished, I've realized I don't want her to be that. I don't want her to be just a lifeboat for us to cling to if things get desperate. I want people to sail aboard her by choice, not from the lack of it. In a world where we're not just trying to survive, but where we can actually live.
I'm working on that. And I'll do everything I can to get you what you want.
Don't you always? All right. My mind's made up. As soon as the Enterprise is fit to sail, I'm putting her under your command. Sod our plans, I'm trusting in yours.
Are you sure about this?
Something tells me it's what my dad would have wanted.
He'd be proud of you.
You were gonna visit his grave, weren't you?
I was. And you can come too now that your little project is finished.
Right. There's just one thing I need to finish up first. Won't be a mo.
All right. I'll let Otto know you're coming. Meet us in the mess when you're ready.
Aye, aye, Captain.
Okay. I mean, I won't be plagued too much longer.
She was building a ship.
Really?
Because it's late and I have to work. Ooh. The quest there, huh? Actually, I think I might do the side quests next time. I want to see this cutscene.
All right, Clive. Asterix. Mid finished sending half the hideaway traipsing across the twins, has she? I swear, that girl'd do anything to put off visiting her old dad's grave. No excuses now, though, eh?
Not quite. She said there was one final thing she had to take care of. I'm sure she'll be finished soon enough.
She said that? In those words?
She did, yes.
Clive? Were you born yesterday or something? There is no thing. She'll probably be halfway to Canva by now.
Mid. I might still be able to catch her.
Hiya.
Is that the thing Tomes held?
Obelus, have you seen Mid?
Yep. In a boat, going that way.
Then I'm too late.
You in a hurry at all, are you? Oh, I offered to take her across, but she wouldn't wait. Just paid for a dinghy and rowed off. Oars going like the clappers. Got some life in her, ain't she? But anyway, I was on my way up to see you, as it happens. Got a letter for you. Urgent, by the sound of it. One of your uncle's men said I was to hand it to you in person, post-bleeding haste. And you're here now.
Thank you, Obelus.
Don't mention it.
What tidings, Uncle?
My dear boy, my journey to Canva has been a resounding success. The friend I mentioned not only agreed to share the contents of his strong books with us, but his considerable knowledge of the goings on in the Free Cities, by which I learned the endeavors of a certain young friend of yours. Though I, for one, believe Miss Telemon's project to be quite a valiant enterprise, I doubt the Canverian authorities will take kindly to the unauthorized use of their dockyards, no matter how deserted. If rumor has already reached my friend, may not be long before the guildmasters are rapping on our door. Which is why I pen you this note. I would like to borrow your man, Gav, for a moon or two, that he might keep a watch on those who might mean our little fellowship ill, and warn us of any impending attack. Not just that he will give this proposal your full consideration. Your loving uncle, Byron.
Trouble in Canva. Well, I'll need someone to keep an eye on Mid.
So what? Mid got us to do all the dirty work and then just sailed off into the sunset?
It, seems that way.
Well, nothing we can do about it now. But next time you plan on visiting Sid, you might want to tie her to something before you suggest it.
Ah, don't be so hard on her. Gotta admit, the dirty work was kind of fun. Everyone pitching in, all that bollocks. Just like when we built this place.
You're right.
Anyway, we all set to head to the old hideaway. I could do with getting to Canva pretty sharpish. Wouldn't do to keep Lord Rosfield of the Seven High Houses waiting now, would it? Not after he asked for me personally.
Gav will be leaving with me. Will you mind the place while we're gone?
You can count on me. Just be sure to give Sid and the others my regards. All right.
Oh, by the way, Jill will be joining us too. She's got some things to take care of, but she'll meet us there.
I hope she's telling the truth at least.
Wow, okay, never mind. Should have done this the first side quests before. Sid's legacy. Oh, the music.
Well, Sid, I remember what you told me. That if no one is listening to what you have to say, you may as well not say it. But I will say this, old friend. Hugo Cooker is gone. His shadow looms over us no longer.
It's a pity the Phoenix can't be in two places at once. If he'd have been with us, maybe he could have done something for the lost.
Not even the Phoenix can bring people back from the dead. Life has a beginning and an end. So we must live while we have the chance. And not as slaves to the crystals, but as free men.
Damn right.
Join you.
Kids. And Karen.
Lady Karen, what a pleasant surprise.
I thought I'd drop by and see how you were all doing before heading off to restock my supplies.
The music is so good.
It wasn't the most scenic view back then, but it were never as bad as this.
I know. The blight marches on. And soon, there will be no escaping sights like these.
So our mission remains unchanged.
We cannot stop until every mother crystal is gone, and their thirst for ether with them. The only one that remains in Storm is Drake's tail in the Crystalline Dominion.
Our next target.
We're going to Twinside.
It's the capital of the Empire these days. I wouldn't like to think how tightly guarded they've got the place. Not that that'll stop you, but we do well to scout it out before you go charging in.
We would indeed.
If you're off to the Dominion, you can take this great lump with you.
Goods.
Oh, I am sorry. Have you forgotten you're the most wanted man in the Twins? I thought you might like to disguise yourselves as the attendants of a travelling trader, assuming you've no better ideas. You wanted to buy yourself some tools, didn't you? Well, now's your chance.
You're letting me go with them? Oh, thanks, Nan.
Stop that! You'll break me bones, you great galoot.
Oh, he's so happy! Love
There's a
him.
caravan that runs back and forth between the Dominion and the Bocklad markets. It's managed by the Merchants Guild. Just show them Goots' traders pass and you'll be on your way. It'll be a damn sight less risky than footing it the length of the Crystal Road. That's for sure.
Thank you, Karen. And glad to have you with us, Goots.
Okay then. I'll get me things and I'll meet yous there. See yous down in Bocklad.
Get off! Me poor fingers!
Jill, you're with me.
Understood.
And Gav,
Already on my way, Captain.
be careful.
Aren't I always?
Ah. Yes. Good.
Do you see that, Sid? Your protege's making a proper little outlaw of himself.
Ah. Come on. Okay, now or never, I've got to at least take the side quests. Party has changed, that is fine.
He cracked the crystal too.
I sure did. Whoa! Was thumbing through the hideaway ledgers at Order's behest? I might have come across something that might need your attention. Maybe. And by that I mean immediately. You know where I'll be. Okay.
Trouble with the ledgers. Shouldn't he be asking Otto for help?
A bad feeling. I think I'm fine with the hound of yours, but it pleases your lordship. Come pay me a visit at all.
What could be wrong with Torgor? He seemed well enough when I last saw him.
Pen is mightier, sure is. She's fair with Dragon Black from the dumps the other day. Thing is, I reckon he's gone through himself begin. Maybe just went just the leather was in his mind, and the demons jabbing the pitchforks into his privates. No.
Hopefully it's nothing. But I should speak to Blackthorn just in case.
I guess this will unlock more hunt-related recipes. Maybe I can already make the stuff. Since I've hunted quite the many enemies. Well.
Blackthorn, do you have a moment?
Not really, no.
This won't take long. I just wanted to ask how you're getting on. August was worried about you, that you might still be doubting your craft, even after learning the trick of that cuirass. Is there something else weighing on your mind? Perhaps sharing your thoughts might help.
That bastard's like a dog with a bone. Still, you've got a keen eye, I'll give him that. He's just, well, Karen showed me something. Something I've never seen before.
And that was?
A sword. An odd-looking thing with a single-edged blade. The metal itself wasn't anything to write home about, but fuck me. The edge on it. You could slice a man clean in two with a weapon like that, and he'd be halfway home before he even realized he'd been cut.
So that's what's troubling you?
Nah. Not troubling me exactly. More distracting. Can't stop thinking, how do you get an edge that sharp? It's driving me mad.
And if you knew how to do it, we could arm the curse breakers with even better blades.
That's about the size of it, yeah.
I'll see what I can find out. Sharper swords are always welcome. And we can't have our master blacksmith being distracted.
You're a soft touch, you know that. But I can't say I'm not grateful for it. Good luck, eh?
Thank you. Let's see what Karen knows about this sword. I got your note. You think something's wrong with Torgal?
So you can read. Congratulations. But I didn't say I were wrong with him. I said something weren't right. He's not been eating me treats. He used to love cracking the bones from Molly's boiled brown, but now he won't so much as look at them. Didn't like him. Which is why I'm of a mind that his mind's on something else. You've not been working him too hard, have you?
No harder than usual. Is that it, boy? Do you need a rest?
What was it you said he was? A frost wolf?
That's what the lawsman seems to think.
Then maybe this all has something to do with whatever it is that's woken inside him.
I suppose things have been different since Rosalith. Perhaps Hippocrates knows something.
Instead of everything, you mean? Perhaps.
Oh boy.
You're looking well, Karen.
What do you want? Out with it.
I want to know about the sword you showed Blackthorn. Single-edged and extremely sharp.
Running around after him again, are you?
I suppose I am, yes. But I need to help him find out how to work an edge like that. It's driving him to distraction.
Little wonder, I suppose. There's not many like that make it as far as the twins, and those that do go straight into private collections. Which made it nice and easy finding a buyer.
Can you tell me who bought it? Where is it now?
You think I tell people who my clients are? Suppose you're not likely to go nicking him off me, are you now? Fine. If you stop mooning at me like that. Lord Ignac's the man you want. Dalmekian bloke. Collects weapons and the like. And he's got more money than sense, which is why he's one of my favourite clients. Reckon he'll still be at the inn in Dalamil, where I left him.
Thank you, Karen.
Oh, and he's a touch eccentric, if you take my meaning.
I appreciate the warning.
Dalamil, okay. Hippocrates.
Lawsman, I need to ask you about Torgal.
My man.
Something's not right with him.
He isn't ill, is he?
I don't think so. But according to Lady Karen, he seems to have lost his appetite, which is certainly a new development. She says he's hardly been touching his bones of late, and she believes it may have something to do with what happened at Rosalith Castle.
I rather think she might be right, though not about his appetite. All canids are instinctively inclined to crack open bones for the rich marrow that resides within, and I see no reason why a frost wolf should be any different. Accordingly, I suspect it is not a lack of appetite that afflicts Torgal, but a surfeit of it. If we assume that his newfound magics require additional nourishment to sustain, it may well be that the bones Lady Karen is accustomed to providing are no longer sufficient. Frost wolves, after all, habitually prey upon far larger animals, whose bones may yield altogether different nutrients. As to where one might find a suitable substitute, some antelopes that graze the meadows of eastern Rosaria have been known to grow to a size more than double that of their lesser cousins.
I don't recall ever seeing any that large.
And little wonder. The oldest and largest such creatures rarely leave the safety of the highlands for fear of predators. The last elder antelope sighting I recall hearing about took place near Cressida, and that was long before the village was abandoned.
Even so, it seems like a good place to start.
Good hunting, Clive.
Nice. But I can't go there at the moment. Still, good stuff, good stuff. Let's go via the ledger quest and then back to Mid's place. Moving.
Is that the thing Tomes helped?
Mid told me she was building a ship.
Clive, did you get my letter?
That's why I'm here.
Shh. Otto might be listening.
Is this better?
A little. Yes. Listen, I've some bad news. It turns out the hideaway may be slightly behind in its payment to certain lenders, and it may be my fault. But I swear to the goddess, I thought I had the numbers square. Sadly, that square turned out to be more of a circle. Zero, you might say. I can straighten it out, I swear, but it's gonna take some time, and I'm gonna need help keeping it from Otto.
Be late for that, I'd say.
There you are! What a surprise!
So let me get this straight. You forget to pay our lenders what they're due, and instead of coming straight to me, you get Clive to come to you. And I hope he'll dig you out of the hole you've dug for yourself. Clive, the man in charge of the place you've been cheerfully trying to bankrupt. And you thought this was a cunning plan. Why? Well, who needs paying?
Oh, just Martha. And the dame. And, well, Lady Karen. But only 500 talents.
We owe 3 of our most trusted friends 5 million gil.
Each. 5 million each. They lent us the bulk of the money we used to rebuild the hideaway, you see, and, well, I must have made some sort of oversight.
Those ledgers were my responsibility, and it was my decision to entrust them to you. This is my fault.
Do we have that much to hand? I can always ask my uncle.
No, we don't. And no, you won't. We've lightened Lord Rosfield's purse enough. After the king's ransom we had off him, he deserves better than to see our begging bowl. Besides, we'll need to learn to stand on our own if we're going to make this work.
All right. But that doesn't mean you have to shoulder the burden yourself. Is there anything I can do to help?
There might be. How'd you fancy taking these to Martha and the dame?
Rocks.
Rocks, he says. Worth 1,000 talents apiece, these are. A little something Sid and I set aside for when times got lean. And I reckon 15 million in overdue debt probably qualifies. I just hope our associates' eyes are a bit more discerning than yours.
I'm sure there will be.
Should be me making the rounds, really. But you know how it is with this place. Orders to bark, arses to wipe, and all that.
I know. Which is why I don't mind going in your place.
Go. Do you know why I only gave Master Clive here 2 star rubies?
Because you'd rather Lady Karen killed me.
Because I'd rather Lady Karen killed you. Yes.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye then.
Don't worry. I'm sure Karen will understand.
Really? Do you think so?
No.
I don't.
Well, F God. Nice to have known you. Bye. Oh fuck, he's dead. The man's fucking dead. Oh shit.
I think Mid might need some help.
Well, hello.
Here, Sid. Reckon you might be just the man to help me out of a bit of bother, if you've a mind to.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's about this alembic the chief's got me making. Lovely bit of kit it is. Bunging a solution you want splitting, and it will separate it out, just like that. Problem is, it won't always get rid of all the impurities. And with some of the stuff we need it for, that ain't good enough. Which is why I've been looking for something to filter the liquid we'll be cooking off. And that's where I was hoping you could help me out.
Sure.
I imagine Ty could get some use out of this alembic too. Distilling medicines and the like. All right. Why not?
Proper job!
So what exactly do you need for this filter?
Nothing but bomb ash'll do, says the chief. Gave me a sample she'd obtained from the university stores. Couldn't believe my eyes. You pour the blackest blight water through it, and it comes out clear as a mountain stream. So, I did a bit of reading about where I might be able to get hold of some. And do you know what I found out? It's only the blimmin' bones of a bomb king. They leave them behind when they die, see?
I take it that's where I come in.
If you wouldn't mind. I saw a billet on the hunt board for one just the other day. Would have gone myself, but, well, fighting dirty great balls of flame ain't exactly my forte. You, on the other hand...
All right. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you kindly. And good hunting, eh?
Hunt board it is. Wait, I think that's too high up. Yep. Whoops. Ah, good boy. Bomb sightings. B rank. Manageable. Bomb King. Sunbreak. Oh boy. I can't go there at the moment. So all I can do is teleport here. Whee!
How are you feeling?
Haha!
Better. Thanks to Taya.
I'm glad to hear it.
And Torgal helped too. Didn't you, boy?
Oh, interesting. There's more side quests. So nice. But yeah, I guess it will be through here then. Huh. More side quests. Holy shit. How many are there? Yeesh. Okay. I was thinking like maybe doing the side quests that are available and then logging off, but that's too many. Okay, we'll be continuing tomorrow. Let me just do a save. There we go. Woof, woof. Dog. Goodest dog. He's so cute. But yeah. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you've had a good time. And I will see you then for more of this. Oh, right. Yeah, I should say this once more. So projects after 16, in no particular order, are going to be the FF7 remake and integrate, God of War, God of War Ragnarok, and AI the Somnium Files Nirvana Initiative. Which I've been looking forward to playing for so long. I loved the first one, and I love every game by this team. So I'm so hyped to play it. Anyway, I'll make sure... Yeah, I did save. Okay. I will see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.